Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? This is gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a long one. I know it is. Well, maybe not. We'll see. Let's see how 10x I am today. Let's see how 10x. All right. So just to introduce myself, my name is Jared Wright. I'm a software engineer. Well, I guess software engineer turned entrepreneur. I've been a software engineer for about a decade since I was pretty much since out of high school. Worked at a lot of companies, New York Times, Shapeways. Now have my own business where I do a lot of AI stuff. I'm the guy who's taking your job, is what I'm trying to say. Just kidding, but there's truth to it, and we'll get into it. So, AI agents. What is an AI agent? Is what I want to have the video be about, and I want to introduce this concept because I think everyone's kind of just talking a lot about AI agents, but there's not a lot of AI agents that actually work. We've seen some cool demos. I have my own demos. I have my own little startup where we build AI agents, and we ship you your own agent, your own, employee, essentially. But but either way, this is something where I think there isn't a lot of education about it. And I want to educate and I want to actually do some work. I want to actually build code from scratch. And I'm not going to use any tools. Okay. I promise I'm not using any tools. I'm going to use grit. This is grit coding. And we're pretty much going to build a robot that's software. So, what is AI software agents? So here, a software agent, not an AI agent, has been a concept for a very long time in tech, right? So basically, according to Wikipedia, which is the truth. No, just kidding. Wikipedia is a half truth, but this is pretty good. A software agent is a computer program that acts for a user or another program in a relationship of agency. So, and they talk about agency, the term agent here in Latin, action on behalf of implies authority to decide. So that is technically what an agent is. Agents have existed for a long time. That they break it down here: intelligent agents, which is what we're doing; autonomous agents, multi-agent system. In software, when we're talking about agents, we're typically just talking about something that's acting autonomously and doing things without this, click a button to start and stop interface. So it's able to just do things. It can just do things. It has autonomy, but that doesn't mean it has decision making ability. It doesn't mean it has intelligence. The intelligent agent is greater, right? So let me. So I always, when I'm doing a little lesson, and we'll get into building, but I want to lay a foundation here. When I do a little lesson, I'm always Jesus Christ. Sorry. I was like, I typed MK like 1,000 times. But I'm always, let's just call it agents. When I do a lesson, I always go into my notepad and I just start writing shit. Um, if you don't have a README, you don't have a project, is what it is. Let's just call it agents. We're gonna do a browser agent because that's my shit. That's my shit. I'm into browser agents. And this isn't just we're going to do some quote unquote prompt engineering, but we're getting greater understanding here. We have to understand what we're doing. We're talking about technology. We're going to be doing some browser stuff. We're going to be doing some JavaScript. We're going to be asking ChatGPT to do all our work for us. Just kidding. But don't think beyond tools and tech and details. Think about what things mean in the world. Think about the why. So we have this concept of agents, software agents. And software agents, and I'll just take the definition here. Essentially, a computer program that acts for a user with agency, in a relationship with agency. So it can sort of act on behalf of a user. So the user wants to do something. but the agent is acting on behalf of it. It doesn't really need to be intelligent, but it's somewhat autonomous because we're giving autonomy to software. We're not doing it. The agent is doing what the user wants to do. And this can just be something that has instructions, like an algorithm. There could be a basic algorithm that runs, which is what software has been. Software agents have been pretty basic algorithms that, upon getting different inputs, will just behave differently, like a finite machine. These are things that have limited possibilities. Okay, the finite state machine. So software agents is one thing. So now we get a little more complex where we get into intelligent agent, which is what we're dealing with. So AI agent. I'm just going to say AI agent because, like, at this point, I'm just going to define what it is. Everyone's like getting like their own little interpretations. In fact, this is a good opportunity for me to go into Salesforce. Let's actually talk about Salesforce here. So Salesforce is pushing AI agents right now, but they have a poor foundation, in my opinion. Because look at this definition here. AI agents are a type of artificial intelligence system that can understand and respond to customer inquiries without human intervention. So we're already at a point that's that kind of doesn't make sense. So when your definitions are wrong, your system doesn't work. This is how business works. This is how pretty much everything works. Is when you don't have a foundation, when the definitions and the terms don't make sense, everything falls apart. You can add $1 billion to it, and you'll maybe make $1.5 billion versus making 100 billion. Right? That's why you'll need more VC when you don't have good foundations. Okay, so an AI agent, according to them, is tied to a customer inquiry. So where does that fall apart? So the reason why that falls apart is because, well, you can make an AI agent without having customers. You can make an AI agent for yourself. That's your assistant. Like what it is isn't just for customers, right? So, and they are saying that it can understand customer inquiries, but in general, the title here is what is an AI agent. So whether the wording is the wording kind of doesn't matter. The fact is that they're not really answering that question. All right. So now with that given, let's actually define what it is. So really an intelligent agent is a software agent. So we can now just, modularize this and just put this definition right here. So it's this definition inserted right here. A software agent is software. Let's see. A software agent is a computer program. Sorry. A software agent that is able to make decisions based on, I'll say, sensory input. And we'll get into that. And it doesn't need to be physical. It can be digital. Entry input on behalf of the user. So the decision-making component is where the intelligence comes into play. And the ability to get sensory input. And that's what we're exploring today. These are the two big things: sensory input and decision making. This is the core of the difference between something that's just an algorithm to something that is essentially self-propelled automata, something that can act and make decisions, that is essentially a robot. This is where we get into just simple basic software into robotics, is sensory input and decision making. So why is this so important? Is because whenever you do anything when it comes to building an AI agent, you have to understand that you need to get some sort of input about your environment. Sorry, let me I'll just say data about the environment. And you know what a decision is. You should. If you don't, then I know why your bank account looks like that. You fucking loser. So, no, but we all know what decision making is, right? But sensory input is data about the environment. The environment can be in many, it can be many different things. So, we're going to be making a browser agent. The web is our environment. So, our environment is whatever is on the browser, and then we can do whatever we want. So we're now defining the robot's space and where it lives in, and how it can sort of get its position, its pose, and all of this. And notice that how once we get into agents, we can easily start talking about robotics because it's just robotics, but it's robotics applied in a software engineering fashion. And then also, we're going to get into a little paper too in a sec before I start planning the actual project. But this is important in order to understand the terms. Okay, so now this is a really cool paper that I like. I mean, there's so many different papers. And by the way, understand I'm not talking about any tools. Let's get out of the tool thinking. We're going to make our own tools today because I know that you have your favorite, prompt engineering software. I get it. I know you like LangChain. I don't, and I think anyone who does is basically borderline retarded. I said borderline, so that's not really an insult. There's gray area there. Okay. Um, all right. So one thing I really like about this paper, and thank you. This is called "Enabling Intelligent Interactions Between an Agent and an LLM: A Reinforcement Learning Approach." And we'll get into why reinforcement learning is important for this. For AI agents versus just simply having this RAG infused prompt template maneuvering, argument maneuvering software, so like prompt engineering. Reinforcement learning is very important. There's a reason why OpenAI and these companies we know that their software is, their LLMs are being trained with reinforcement learning methods. And well, they've been public about it. We don't know like to what extent past RLHF, reinforcement learning human feedback. Sorry, I'm throwing terms. It's okay. Just look it up. Pause. It's not that big of a deal. But we know that they're doing reinforcement learning past that, but we don't, and we know that they're doing it with the thought process, which is what is the precursor to a decision. And these LLMs is thoughts, also in our lives as well. But a thought is just an intense signal. Really think about that. So, like, think past just terminology. We can get into that later, actually. And actually, that's interesting. I didn't even know that they did this, but they actually talk in terms of environments. Obviously, this is a reinforcement learning paper. But so essentially, the LLM gives instructions to an agent. The instruction gives back description. The agents, which I believe they're using so that just to sort of further increase that signal in the context window, I'm guessing. I'm actually not teaching you about this paper right now. There's very specific, like you should just read it yourself. There's a very specific concept that's not from this paper that I like, that I'm going to talk about. But the agent, which has an actor, takes actions in the environment and then gets feedback that's sensory input. And then this is a feedback loop. Oh, sorry. I did that. I said the description first. That feedback goes into the description, all right, of what happened, and then you get further instructions. That makes sense, right? Okay, cool. So let's go. Planner, actor, mediator. Okay, cool. So this is something from about a year and a half ago. Listen, there's so many different like frameworks when it comes to decision making in the world. You might make decisions. You might, like here they're saying the planner, actor, mediator framework. Your decision making might be the drinking, fucking, failing, crying feedback loop, you know. Hey, if that works for you, all good. But they're saying a planner, actor, mediator framework. There's a lot of different types of ways to make decisions, right? So for me, I just don't. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, so what they're saying here is, I actually want to go to the actual. Yeah, and they have this. They designed when to ask. You should just read the paper. I'm not gonna like bastardize it, but they essentially just they ask for like better policies. I'm pretty sure policies like an RL concept, or they have an asking policy, right? So, but either way, the point of the planner, actor, media, and we're not going to be getting into. We're literally just going to be prompting right here. Okay, so we're not going to get any fancy here, but we're going to use these concepts because it's all data at the end of the day. And whenever you're making AI agents, just as a bit of advice, professionally, you should always think about your agent as generating a data set. It's just a big data set. And when you generate this data set, the way reinforcement learning comes into play is that you can start labeling it. And you can start saying, this decision was good, this was bad. And here you have a reward function. You have something in which you can give and take, and carrots and sticks in terms of what is being learned. So that's very important for business folk out there, other people with businesses and all of that, because your data set in this day and age is the core of your business if you operate in something that can be automated right now with AI. So it's very important. And your data set's going to be what's the continuous output from these LLMs, essentially. Okay, so right, so they essentially have three components: the planner, the actor, and the mediator. The planner component is responsible for providing the instructions for what the agent should do. We know what an agent is, right? For these agents' actions. The actor is a component that generates low-level actions based on these instructions. So this is essentially what is, so we're going to later on define some functions for our agent to do, some tools. We're going to be doing tool calling. This is what is going to be calling the tools. And we're going to do it in an interesting way you might like. We're going to have an interesting little feedback loop here. Okay, so lastly, the mediator acts as an interface between the planner and the actor, facilitating communication and coordination between them. So really, we don't really need to care that much about this, because the mediator here is really important, because they're training this, right? But this is just something in which we need to be able to learn how the actor should talk to the planner, if that makes sense. And back and forth, because that itself is something that requires a policy that can have that rewards mechanism that we were talking about. All right. Okay, so let's get out of here, and let's see, decision making, right? We don't care about Salesforce because we like to have fun. Dude, Salesforce, I don't know. Actually, I actually hope that I just want people to educate. Your product should be educating people about it. AI. If AI is the future, we should be educating. We should truly be educating. Okay, so an education needs a foundation. Okay, so let's go to, let's see, agents. Yeah. Let's start actually planning this. So now we're gonna actually start building shit. It's gonna be fun. All right. We're building. So what are we building? So we are building let's just make it a simple CLI tool. So simple command line interface that you give a prompt for what you want to do on the web, and it does it. There's a lot of examples of this, by the way. This isn't, right now, this isn't groundbreaking, but we're going to do it in ways that are pretty interesting, and we're going to do it with a good foundation, right? And okay, cool. Because I have a product that does this, and many others do. So I'm not trying to say we're changing the world here. But if you can do this yourself, you might be able to change the world. All right. So let's get into actually what that input will look like. Let's just call this our browser baby. I don't know. I don't know why I called it a browser baby. That's fucking weird, actually. Let's not call it a browser baby. No, let's just call it a browser baby. All right. I can't think of anything better. No. Let's do some Dragon Ball Z. I like Dragon Ball Z. Let's do Vegeta. No, Goku's better. Sorry. Goku. Sorry, I'm like fucking retarded. I'll be here every day trying to think of a name. Uh, Goku man, no. Goku browser Goku. Let's see. Ooh, wait, no. Super Saiyan browser. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm like, I'm a little autistic, as you can see. I forgot you existed for a second there. Okay. Browser Super Saiyan. Okay. So, all right. So browser Super Saiyan, we're going to use it in the terminal like this. We're essentially going to have, the prompt here. I'm going to bootstrap it real quick. We're going to use Node.js, obviously. And so let's go to, let's just give me a, let's actually start a new. So Node.js, can you give me a basic Node.js project that has a C? You thought I was going to do it all from scratch? Like, come on, I got to do some AI shit. We're doing a lot of shit today, okay? Can you give me a basic Node.js project that has a CLI tool that just takes in a prompt? We actually don't. We can just get the argv for now. Never mind. That's not a big deal. We have a lot of other things to worry about. But the arg value. So, but what we do want to do is we actually don't need to do that. We can actually code up everything, because I should explain the actual project for browser Super Saiyan.js. All right, so we'll just give it like a class here, Oh yeah, I need to get my OpenAI key. That's all right. We'll have an interface for that. So we'll have like an LLM interface, and we'll have a where we're gonna use Chat GPT 4.0, because it doesn't really matter. Honestly, like, you can pretty much get AGI with GPT 3. Honestly, AGI is just an AI agent with some online reinforcement learning components that can just use all software, that can use the web. That's all it is. All right. So AGI isn't just like something that's super smart, guys. The O3 thing is cool, but like, for me, they're just signaling. They're just fear signaling. Okay. So anyway, the LLM. What else? So we're scaffolding the project. So we have to think about all the components we want to have. The planner is not really. That's kind of just prompts but I will just give it a class so that we can OCD, so that we can make it make sense. So the actor, we'll do that. We're not going to make the media. So we need to have something. We need to get like a sense, something to get sensory input. And I understand it's not literally a robot walking around. Okay. All right. So this is something that's essentially going to be reading the page, reading things how, and also we're gonna do some pretty smart stuff in order to generate the code required to do that. Also getting metadata and yada yada yada. Okay, so I think that's it for now. Oh right, no, the most important thing is the behavior loop. I should call this. This is the agent loop. Okay. So I'm just making the files now, just so I can kind of plan things as I go along. So here we're gonna sort of have like a main run function in here that's gonna get everything that we need to get. Browser SSJ. So I just got a text. It's gonna be async, of course. So yeah, I know it's not we're just doing what we got to do here. And yes, I know. I don't use Cursor and all that. I just ask ChatGPT for stuff. I don't know how people, because you can't get into a flow state by literally having the AI in the browser, right? I never autocomplete is awesome, is good, for course, but actually having it write functions in the browser, I'm like, how do you even? You need a code at some point, right? But I also pay people to code now, so I as well. So I don't like maybe if I had like a job, like if I wasn't like if I was a individual, if I wasn't like managing more so, then I would do that. All right. So browser J run. So really, we're kind of just gonna run the loop. So we're gonna get the I think the arg value is going to be 2 for the prompt. So the prompt's just going to be this. We don't have to make it fancy for now. And I'm actually going to. So one thing I like when initializing classes is essentially to, whatever is the. Think of it in terms of think of it as a pure function. Think of it as something where even the class, something that if is modular and the arguments purely determine the output of what it is, and try to not have too many side effects. But well, we're gonna make a couple side effects here, but it's just a general thing to think about, rather than you know rather than having your methods be the determinant of the state. It's good to have the state sort of be something that exists and your methods operate within state, if that makes sense. It's just good for scaling your code base more so. It's good for scaling your code base. All right, so browser SSJ run prompt. All right, so now we're going to actually get the agent loop, which I think is going to be everything in here for now. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Let's actually just run the agent loop here for for now. Like we'll see how the structure is as we run through it, but I think that's fine for now. Okay, so this doesn't have it. All right, so the agent loop is just going to be something in here that is pretty much just going to, so we're going to operate it. We're going to operate it in a way where, so we have to actually think of the structure here and the actual strategy. So I'm going to do something interesting where the way the loop works is we have to generate a greater plan. So we're going to use the planner to generate a greater plan end to end for the prompt. I think that's the way to work. So like I've made a decent amount of these feedback loops. End to end's hard. Actually, sorry. So let's not do end to end. It's funny. I say that, and I always, whenever I have to use something in the field, I always don't do it. I always remove the end to end planning. Whenever it's like dealing with open ended tasks when you're making an AI agent, the end to end plans are not actually good. It's good in our heads. Everything's awesome in our heads, but when you have like two users that want two different things, when you have two, it's like everything's great when we have our own decisions, but then you have the decisions of all these different people. It's hard. It's hard to plan end to end first. So first we generate a greater strategy. Then we iteratively generate tasks. So we'll generate tasks iteratively for now. Then we will validate what's happened. And I think we're just going to do screenshots for now with GPT-4o for this. We're going to be pretty simple. I think that's fine. So it's not great because this gets more complicated, right? So like these tasks can be, the task here can be anything. So we're actually going to create a file system. So the agent operates a file system. Totally forgot. So AI agents typically need to have storage. So we are going to have a file system here. And so we're going to check the file system because the file system is going to be related to most tasks. We're going to check whatever we need to check, right? That's basically how it's going to work. But we're going to be generating the code for this. So first we generate a strategy, which is just going to be a big ass string, right? It's not going to be complicated. But the file system is where it's actually going to be scraping things, saving it to memory, and then fetching it to look at it later on. So we need to have it have a memory and also save data for the user, right? And be able to do things with that data. So that's where the file system comes into play. It matters. Naming things matters. Okay. With vision. What's up? We overestimate the AI planning so much, costly but manageable with it. He's back. Hey, what's up, Mighty Walk? How you doing? How you doing today? Is everyone good? You may have to go back on this because I explained agents. So I'm trying to educate people about AI agents that actually work. All right, so let's go to. All right, so the agent operates a file system. Yeah, so the file system is essentially it's where it's storing shit in its mind, right? We don't have to think actually it's its mind. That's not that productive at the engineering level, honestly. The engineering level is mostly us creatively solving the problem, We don't have to be we actually should think outside the box of what the brain is. We try to think too much about the brain. We often put ourselves in a box. But the brain is the avenue in which we were able to understand the math of it, because our brain is extremely mathematical and ordered, and the substructures in it are, you can expand every single discipline from algebra to calculus. We understand our brain has been able to further all of these disciplines, right? So it makes sense that the brain, led to neural networks. But when we're just engineering things, we're getting from point A to point B, we're creatively problem solving, which is a little different. So that's why I push back a little on just thinking of things purely in terms of like, let's literally make the components of the brain here. All right. So the agent operates a file system. So we need to have a loop for it. We need to determine how to validate a task, actually. So we need to generate validation. So we can be validation strategy. We can be pretty open-ended about it. I know I'm just putting thoughts down. I'll make it a little more structured. So first thing is generate a strategy. And then the loop should actually operate on the strategy. We're just scaffolding, because I'm probably going to have like ChatGPT fill in. So half of these, I'll be real. Like we gotta cover a lot of stuff today. Okay. So you have to generate the strategy, and then we have to run the loop, which is going to take in the strategy. We already have the prompt in here, so that already works. Equals await generate strategy, and then we're going to say wait run loop strategy, and then this is just going to run forever. Okay, we don't really care. We can actually return this. So it's an iterative process when we have loops. So the ticking of the loop here is just going to be decisions being made and affected. So the loop here, I do believe, is going to be first generating a task, the next iterative task, and then we're going to have performing, so acting on the task, which is going to be two things. One, it's going to be picking the action. Two, it's going to be performing the action. The performing the action is the actual fun part, by the way. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use Puppeteer, by the way. Did I not say that? I use Puppeteer on so many fucking streams. I forgot, like, did I not say that I was going to use Puppeteer? But we're going to be generating Puppeteer functions. We're going to be filling in functions, and we're going to be thinking in a complete way for everything the browser can do. And we're going to be iteratively, we're going to be filling in essentially methods for the browser to do. Okay. So, right. So it's going to be acting, and remember what happened in that white paper after the action. We have to get feedback. So we get the sensory data, and we're keeping the sensory input data as the concept, because it's actually very important. So we're going to retrieve the sensory input data. This isn't the file system. So this is very important when making just software in general, but like, we don't actually want the agent to interact with the sensory input data like directly, right? So we don't want it updating it. We want it to be passive to it. It's a master slave relationship, right? It requires that data, and it's given that data, but it doesn't have any It doesn't do anything with it, right? What it does is it operates the file system. Okay, so now we have directions, we have arrows. And with these arrows, we have input, output, and we can actually have a greater algorithm that we can break down and develop equations with functions, with input and output, with our software, with our code. And that's actually how you get to a next level of optimizing your code, when you're able to break down the components mathematically, which isn't my, I'm not the, that's my forte, isn't that, but I am good at creating the architecture for people that are good at optimizing. Because optimizing is a very real skill, that takes many years to develop. All right, so retrieve sensory input data and validate the task. So generating next iterative task. So validate task will give us info on whether we want to actually create a new task or not. Okay, so that's actually what that does, right? So think of it like this, like when the validation, like we could just keep, like, think of a task as a policy on how to act. Should call it a policy, but we'll just say it's a task. So think of it as a task, or sorry, as a policy, and we keep trying to do it. So the actor component is going to keep generating these puppeteer functions to use the browser to fulfill the task, and then we keep validating it, and we don't actually generate a new task until we validated it. Does that make sense? And the validation, we'll just, I think we'll do that in the planner. Yeah, well, we'll just do that. We'll just have a little thing here. Validate task. So now that we have all that set up, I think we can actually just start. I think we're out of the scaffolding phase, because pretty sure that all makes sense now. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. All right. So this is an example of something I'm literally just gonna copy and paste. So I'm actually gonna stop presenting for a sec, because I need to get my API keys. I need to get some API keys. So hold on a sec. API keys. I need to copy and paste some stuff. I think I'm actually going to generate one for the stream. I should have did that before. Preparation, right? Preparation. Oh, it's just so fun. And I need to add to my OpenAI balance. I have some users using this shit. Okay, so isn't coding fun? Like, beyond all the bullshit, right? Beyond all the bullshit, isn't coding just a fun thing to do, right? Let's see. Isn't it, right? Okay, so hold on a sec. I'm gonna reshare my screen in a sec. I just need to copy and paste more shit from I don't want to show you guys the API key, because like the account I'm using kind of matters now. Before I wouldn't care. I just stream all my API keys. Now I'm like, I don't want to actually do that. Like, maybe that's not smart. You know? Knee scraper. Okay. So now I have a key that just doesn't matter, so you can steal it. See, it matters, right? API key. So now you guys can steal my shit, and I don't care. All right. How do I represent? The quickest form of idea to reality happens through code. Yeah, for sure. Um, that's definitely, yeah. Let's see. Let's do LLM. Okay. Now let's take. And yes, I know that you can see it. That's the reason why I was turning it off. Where's the catch? Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so we're gonna use 4.0, and this is just some like code I had from some other projects. Everyone has their at this point. Everyone has their own request. Let's see, request chat, or their own like chat completion endpoint. It's not the most complex thing in the world, right? All right, so I don't actually. So I think we just want to use the JSON here. So we don't have to actually parse. This looks like old code. We can just use their JSON. Oh wait, actually we don't want to do that because I want to show you guys the thought process. So let's actually not do that. Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Yeah, never mind. It's fine. Doesn't matter. All right. You don't need to see the process. Okay. So now that we have that, so we get this LLM class. Let's see, module exports equals LLM. So we get the LLM class, and we're just gonna, in the agent loop, it's just gonna be one of the class method attributes, you know, quote unquote class attributes. And really, oh yeah, we also want a prompts class because it's just nice to have. We don't need to be that autistic right now. All right, so the first thing we want to do is generate the iterative task. And we're going to have a generate task function here. So we have a strategy. We don't actually know what the strategy is because we haven't made prompts to generate a strategy yet. We're going to keep things super basic. And because this is really just kind of to show you how things should work. So let's see. This.llm and then prompt. What were the and I'm going to fill in my prompts after I do the structure. Those prompt attempts and attempts is 0, JSON's true. Okay. Okay, cool. It's pretty much the same thing for both of these. Except this one, we know that we're going to have, so we're going to output JSON from this. So what we are going to do is we're going to just like have it be like structured a little bit. So results equals, so, oh wait, this is validate task. So this is, we're going to have like a little state on when we validate the task and whether it's a valid task or not. And if it is a valid task, we're going to essentially generate the next task, right? Or maybe is valid is not a good way to say it. We're going to say like, was it completed? So like task completed state. We'll say that. Task completed. That makes sense. So we're pretty much going to say this task was completed versus this task wasn't completed, right? Hey, Florian, what's up, man? Um, yeah, we have it has JSON mode. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, what's up, Florian? Dude, I haven't seen people from the chat in a while. How's it going? Yeah, yeah. I make less content when I make more money. Is what it is. I think that's what it is. No, when I have more responsibilities. No, but I want to have more some more streams here. I want to give back because this I want to educate people about agents because I don't want to use because the lane chain is honestly retarded. By the way, this is like we're doing too much here. That's the point of this because I'm showing you literally how to write software like this. You don't need to do everything from scratch, right? But you at least know what to prompt because I think a lot of things now is we don't know what to prompt. Our brains are getting squishy. My brain's getting squishy. It's all getting squishy. All right, so we're gonna have a state called last task completed. So state here is actually really important for whenever you have because it's a state machine, right? This agent loop. As soon as we run this class agent loop, we have all of software is a state machine, right? But specifically, the structure of this is a state machine. It's a finite state machine. It is because of we're literally defining the states here. Um, we're not the states them. It's non-deterministic is what it is. All right. So the last task completed is false. So last task completed is going to be. And notice how and I really like coding in this way where it's I didn't do the meat of it yet. I didn't do the prompting. The You can see prompting as algorithmic work, the business logic. Business logic is very communicative, by the way. When you're actually doing you have customers and you have a business. When you're doing your business logic, when you have open source software that people use, right? Your business logic is very communicative. So it's often very good for the architect who's laying the foundation to actually think a little bit of how he wants it to be structured first and sort of have these gaps. And then when you go and work with your teams, you're able to fill in the gaps. And then that's where you get you're able to give tasks to people. I don't give when I have if I when I hire a contractor or something, I don't give them this, right? You can't do that. You can, but you should have your employee do something, do setting things up, right? Um, these things seem obvious, but a lot of people they waste resources because they don't do things like this. All right. So the task itself is also just going to be a state, actually. Okay. So and we're gonna use the task here. I don't have to make a note of that, but whatever. Oh wait, the strategy, right. Strategy is gonna be right here. What did I do here? What? None. Dude, I've been writing too much Python. Way too much Python. All right. So we have the strategy right here. So the strategy is going to get generated very similarly. This makes sense. All right. So the action. This is the fun part. I'm not worried at all about these prompts. By the way, that's why I'm not writing them right now. These are obvious. It's going to be fun stuff for us to write. I'm more interested in the structure of the actor. So let's actually figure out. Oh, dude, these are supposed to be in the planner. Ugh, isn't that silly? It doesn't matter, but it does because Right now, it's just a bunch of prompts, but after these things start to grow, you have a system, especially once you have a lot of storage, because they're going to be playing with the file system, and we really don't want to mix things up. This is gonna be all. I don't think the LLM is going to be in this. It's called browser Super Saiyan, because we're nerds here. We are the lowest. Dude, I hate this new culture of software engineers is like cool. No, the engineers, the nerds, the dorks, they're the lowest in society. You're not cool, promise you. And you're not like super based, and you're not even that smart. I'd say the average nerd is way less smarter than the average jock, way less nourished. They're more performatively smart, of course, but just not like literally like smaller brains. Um, I'm not here to be liked. Okay, so the planner is now going to be generating the task and all that. Once again, the planner is going to be used in terms of it's going to be used as by the agent loop. Like we are the scum of the earth, truly the scum of the earth. It's truly the scum of the earth. Python for Maya, right? Yeah, Python. Yeah. Maya is all Python. Maya is all Python. Love Python. Yeah, love Python, dude. All right, so yeah, dude, if dude, Python is right here. As someone that like has to just literally has to translate real world shit to code quickly, Python is all me. All right. Okay. Right, the actor. I haven't ran this code yet. I like setting when I'm like setting things up. I understand. Like I know I'm probably giving some people some panic attacks right now. I know, but it's fun for me when I'm setting things up to just do it, like set it up like end to end, and then like just be like, wow, that's broken. Fuck. Like for like little projects like this, for little like this doesn't matter, right? You know what matters? Nothing. No. Okay. So remember, the actor has two responsibilities here that we define. It's picking the action and then performing the action. So I'm going to do something a little interesting here. Oh yeah, I gotta get now that we're actually like working here. Um, I gotta get I gotta get Puppeteer. I think that's the only library we're going to use, right? Is it? Is it? I think it's the only library we're going to use. It's taking sweet little fucking time. Aren't you taking some sweet ass time? Dang, I don't know why it's taking a long time. All right, but either way, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so the way this is going to work though is pretty interesting. So let's think about everything the browser can do, like everything we actually care about in the browser, right? This is a little experimental concept here, but like, so you can read from the page. So like, there's going to be a scrape function here. It's going to be empty. And we're going to have a click. And we're going to have a type. And we're going to have, do you kind of see where I'm getting here? So we're not going to be coding these functions. We're going to have the LLM take in the sensory input data and fill it in itself. And have a feedback loop for running the code, seeing if it breaks or seeing if it's good, lintwise. Looks like our download finished. Um, and then executing it on the page. It's not going to be perfect, but that's so. Don't think about when you're making AI agents. Don't think about perfection. Think about the system and whether or not the data you get is going to lead to perfection. That's a better way to look at it, right? Think about the data over time. Um, okay, so you can type on the page. You know what else? Scroll. um, I feel like read is a better thing. Um, I'll say scrape. I think the LM will understand scrape more. New tab, new tab. We'll just assume that it's going to be in the new tab when it creates a new tab. And what else? And I think it'll be pretty good at this, by the way. If it knows everything on the page, and we're going to use the vision, we're going to use GPT for a vision capability here as well. I think it's all going to be pretty fucking good. You know, I think it's going to be pretty great. I'm cursing a lot. I don't know why. Um, is that it? I mean, there's obviously a lot more stuff you can do. You go back. Oh, dude, the main thing, navigate. See what I mean? All right. So we're going to be filling in these functions and executing them in the code here. So oh yeah, so like they're all going to have let me think. So we're going to have to what's it called? Sorry, I'm like having a brain fart here. We're going to have to eval inside each of these, but I'm just trying to think of a nice way to do that. This stuff execute. I think each of these are going to take instructions. Yeah, that's how it works. Each of these are going to take instructions from the LLM on how it should work, and then we're going to have a execute function. And this is going to run an eval with the instructions. By the way, the only reason why I'm copying it over like this is because we do literally need to have the name of the method defined. Because I'm gonna make it so when the actor, we're gonna generate which function to run from method to run from the actor and use a string to execute the method with the instructions. So we will literally, these will be empty, or these will just have like execute in it. Are these async? Yeah. So this is something where it's a little like magical, but this is interesting. This is like I'm kind of doing an experiment here with you guys. I'm not like I haven't generated tools in this way for myself because I need things to like work, you know. But yeah, this is gonna run an eval with the instructions, dude. This doesn't need to be async. No, it does. No, so the eval does need to be, because we're gonna have an eval with puppeteer shit in it, so it actually will. It will. Okay. All right. So cool. So this is sort of, does that make sense, by the way? Yeah. It's going to simulate the function calling, and it's going to generate the functions through the prompts. Yeah. So it's gonna generate what to do in these instructions, and so this is actually going to generate. We need to, like, when we execute, we need to actually generate the, like, what it should do. Um, I'm thinking there might be a better way to do this because I may be able to eval the entire function as well rather than fill it in. No, I don't want to do that. I do want to have the functions defined here, and then I want to like run it. But I don't. What I don't need to do is I don't need to. No, I actually. Sorry, I'm like thinking. So we're gonna have the instructions on what to do get passed in here, and then we're gonna do another prompt. We actually are gonna do another prompt here. So another prompt for the contents of the file. So the instructions are going to be given to the content. It's like an extra prompt, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. So we're going to generate the instructions for the actor, and the actor is going to essentially choose methods to run, and it's going to say this method, these instructions, and then we're going to iteratively generate the contents of the file, and then we're going to run an eval with the contents. So that's what the execute's going to be here. Okay, so virtual functions. Okay, so SSJ. So here we're going to have, oh, not here. In the agent loop, we need to get the actor as well. We're going to get the actor. And so picking the action is going to be a greater, and we can have that in the actor. We can have generate actions. This is going to be the first thing, generate actions. And this is going to be a JSON with action instruction pairings. And then we'll just use the LLM class. Okay. Generate actions. We have the prompt here. So this is just we're gonna have the thing where it's like, here are the actions, here's what they do, and then return us the actions. And then we're gonna have a loop that essentially runs through the actions and then executes each action. So we can do that in the agent loop. So like we don't need to be super picky about. So first we do generate actions, and then we get the actions, and then for each action, we can say action dot instructions, and then we're going to have to get this actor. How do you do that again? Okay, so how to generate, how to run a function from a method. I forgot how to do this. Not perfect. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know why I was like, I've been thinking to Python. No, that's obviously super, super simple. So the action. And we have the instructions right here. And then we're going to wait. And this is going to be the thing that actually generates it. So this is number 2, performing the action. And so then we get the sensory input. So like sensory input is one thing. So I'm just kind of like setting it up right now. I understand this might, so sensory retriever. So like it's a lot without testing. I get it. It's fine. We take our time. There's no rush, right? Yeah, I'm kind of like I like rushing a little bit. All right, so sensory retriever equals new sensory retriever, and then sensory retriever equals retrieve. So or fetch, we'll just say that. So this is going to get the sensory data, and this is just going to be so we're going to have an analysis of the page with vision, and then we're going to have the file data. The actions, so we're going to, but the actors are going to be able to use the file system thing. We'll like teach you, we'll have that in the prompting. We'll do the file system stuff in a little bit, but the sensory data is actually pretty simple, right? So I'm just going to have a description. We'll do it. We can actually set that up now, just to sort of show you how that works. So the sensory retriever, this is just going to be essentially get page analysis. So for now, we're just going to get a page analysis. That's fine. So we're just going to get the vision and then analyze the page. We'll see what we'll need after, but for now, we'll do that, right? We may need to get the differences between states. So we may need to compare the previous analysis with this analysis, but for now, that's fine. We just need to see what happened after we did things. This, by the way, this isn't the scraping part. The scraping part is actually going to get filled in. When we scrape the page, we're going to fill in the scraping of the page. So that's a little different. All right. So like we're kind of gonna do that like whenever we fucking do that, you know. And I may do something here where we like get a little scaffolding of the page quickly. So maybe we pass it like the general structure of the HTML, do something a little smart. But that's hard. So for now, we're just gonna get the visual analysis of it, the page. Okay, so we get this, and the wind is like annoying me right now. It's so windy. I'm in New York. I moved to New York, or back to New York. I lived here for 6 years, then moved back to Jersey, and now I'm back in New York. And dude, it's so windy. I'm in like a new place, why it's empty in here. It's dude, it's so like it's so fucking windy right now. It sucks. It's okay though. It's so everything's okay. Everything is okay. That's what I say to myself. All right, so this is the analysis. This is all it is right now. By the way, sensory retriever like needs to be big, right? It's a lot of shit. You need to like intelligently scrape the page. Like you're understanding everything from your environment. I would even argue you should use the network for certain agentic tasks. But here, if you can use that data. But here we're just going to do a visual analysis for now, and we'll see where that breaks down, right? Like it probably is going to break down. Okay, so this is going to be null in the beginning, obviously, because nothing happened. Okay, so the sensory data is here. We're going to use this to generate to validate the task. That's the main thing it's for. So actually, we need to use this as something we pass to that. Because the planner doesn't have the task. Actually, the planner doesn't have any of these states, right? Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. All right, so the planner is, oh yeah, it needs a strategy too. Does it? Yeah, it does. It does. Okay, because it's going to compare, because there's many tasks within its strategy, so it's going to compare that. What are we saying here? Wait, so we generate this is a question from the chat. Wait, so we generate puppeteer actions with specifics to the page's code with the LLM, and then write it to a temp file, and then run it through command line. Wait, what? So we generate puppeteer actions with specific to the page's code um, with the LLM, then write it to a temp file, and then run it. We don't write the actions to a temp file. We don't write it to a temp file. How much of your time do you spend thinking about the logistics of your file? Uh, it's kind of it just you kind of just flow with it. You kind of just flow with it. It's not something you mull over, unless it's like uh, for me, if I'm working with other people, then you mull over it. But for myself, I do what works with me in the moment. Like right now, I'm doing what works with me right now. But you mull over things typically when things need to be communicated, when people are involved. All right, so cool. I actually think this is kind of the entire setup here. Obviously, like none of this is going to work because we don't have any prompts, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons why this isn't going to work. But I think this is complete for now. We don't have a file system set up, but the file system's really just going to read to a file. We'll do that with the actor because the actor is really just going to be using that, and the sensory data. It's going to be retrieving the files. No, the planner is going to be retrieving the files. So I think this is good for now. Okay, so we can't run it because none of our prompts are in, but I think we're good to go for this. So let's start from the top, just so we know where we came from. So we started off the video describing what agents are. We have a software agent, which is a computer program that acts for a user or another program in a relationship of agency. So let's think about that for a second. So the software agent is something that is going to be acting for a user. So the user, instead of doing something, something's doing something on behalf of the user. So we're not in intelligence yet in AI, right? We're just in something basic that has existed for a long time. It's something acting on behalf of the user, right? It interfaces with things on behalf of the user. It does things. The intelligent agent is now where a software agent is able to make decisions based on sensory input on behalf of the user. So now that's my definition. You know, I don't think customer is a relevant term here, and I don't think this is pretty much as basic as I think we can get, where it's actually means something. You can get too basic to a point where you're just jacking yourself off. But we're in a position where I think we can assert that you need some input from an environment to make decisions intellectually. Maybe that's wrong, but I think that's right. So that's what it is. So we decided that we need to figure out a system that needs to get sensory input and make decisions, right? The prompting's basic. You understand here the prompting's super simple, right? Notice how I just added a few areas where we have prompts, right? The architecture is what matters. So we're building a tool that's going to look like this, where the user enters in a command, browser super saiyan, and they enter in the prompt for browser super saiyan, and then they get some sort of output, which is going to be fucking cool. It's gonna do your job for you, right? And there's a few open source browser things that work well, and I have a tool that uses your browser and all that. But showing you the innards of this, you might be able to think of different environments you can use, and also none of them work well, by the way. there's not one good web browser agent, not one, not even computer use. The demos are cool though. So, all right, but always think when you're making an AI agent, it's all about the data set. So you're thinking of a system of decision making over time. So there's calculus associated where over these little itty bits of time, how can we make more and more decisions so that we can have some sort of learning, reinforcement learning approach? It's because some are going to be bad, some are going to be good, tied to the environment. So you have to have some policies that understand the environment and policies that understand the tasks in association with it as well. So it is genuinely, AI agents are genuinely a reinforcement learning problem. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So that's what we're doing. So now let's get back into the code. So we've set up the actor, which is going to be essentially the tool user, right? We set up the loop. We actually haven't set up the file system. We have a little LLM interface. We have a little planner that's going to be generating the task. This is where most of our prompts are. And we have the Sentry Retriever, which is really just a prompt to, I have to add a vision thing. So I'm just going to add a little, we're going to make it vision thing. I just realized. Whoa. Oh, is vision. So we're going to get screenshot page. This is going to be Puppeteer, obviously. So we are going to have like a browser state and everything. We're going to pass it into this. So let's just do this. It's going to, oh, what am I doing? So we're going to actually pass in the page context here. The page context is from Puppeteer. All right. So I guess the first thing first, we can generate the strategy. It's kind of the first thing because we get the request from the user. Let's assume the user. So let's actually browse this SSJ. So let's say the user say, go to Hacker News and scrape all of the articles into a JSON file. That's always, this is like my go-to fucking prompt, you know. Ugh. It's just such a basic one, right? So ignore the New York, right? I don't know if you guys can hear that. When someone's getting shot. Imagine though, all right. Imagine though if someone was literally like getting shot outside and you could hear it and I was just ignoring it the entire time. And it wasn't just an ambulance. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Okay. All right. So this prompt is so all we have right now is the initial prompt or the initial ask from the users, which I need to we're not going to call this prompt. We're going to say user ask. It's the user ask. It's not used. We don't want to like, the terminology is like weird. Okay. So the strategy is going to get the user ask. And so this prompt is essentially going to be, hey, you are a, let's see, you are a browser, a controlling AI agent. You control a Puppeteer browser, and a user gives you an ask for something to do in the browser. You must generate a strategy in order to accomplish this task. All right. Oh, you're prompting. Losers hate prompting. Okay, so you must generate a strategy in order to accomplish this task. The strategy must. So we have to tell it. So when you're developing a strategy, you have to say the capabilities of what you're doing. So like from the jump, we don't want to have to. It has to know what the actor can do, right? And think of it. We're using prompts, but also when you literally have data and fields of probability, it has to be it has to be dependent on what it can do, right? Or on the actual functionality. So in here, it has to actually know all these functions, right? So in the strategy, so must include a a open-ended breakdown of what to do with the browser using these methods. Actually, hold on. It doesn't need to like actually see all of that because I don't want it to generate. I want it to assume these methods are already written. They're not. We're gonna write them, or we're gonna have the LLM write them per the page. Right? Go back. There's more stuff you can do in a browser. Obviously, I'm just doing this for now, but I want to make it fairly complete. I think that's like fairly complete. I know there's also go forward, right? But like when the fuck is it ever gonna do that? I'm not even gonna do that yet. Let's not use. Let's just do things as they come. I know it's gonna do all this stuff. I know I'm probably missing like some basic things. I know. Like I could say like form submit. But anyway, and it's gonna need to like actually. I do want to have it like scrape some important. I'm gonna make it generate its own scrapers for now, but I do want it to actually see the HTML content. My browser bots do that. I have a very comprehensive script for analyzing the page. For most tasks, by the way, just as a side note, for anyone doing AI agents in the browser, for most tasks that are scraping, you need to like clear up the data on the page, a lot of like useless data, but you can mostly just analyze text and some attributes, and that's actually that's fine. For interactions, it's more complicated. For more complicated tasks, you actually can't do that. I've mastered that. I'm just not going to tell you. All right. But anyway, I'll say these are predefined. These are. I'll say this. You can make up what you think these arguments. I wanted to know. I don't even want to say that. I want to say these are functions you can describe in your strategy. Make up, let's see, JS functions that use Puppeteer that you can describe in your strategy. Make up the arguments to these functions as you wish. And then the instructions are going to take in the strategy, or the task is going to take in the strategy, and then the instructions are going to come from that, right? So we're actually going to get the strategy information. It's going to be updated, of course. But we're going to get that when we actually fill in these functions, right? So we have to have a complete system. Okay, so make up the arguments to these functions as you wish. as you think is best. Yeah. All right. The agent can use our, okay. Your strategy must be, 5 to 7 sentences long and return JSON. Oh yeah, dude, I need to use JSON mode. I think it was just, okay, return your response in JSON. All right. Only respond with JSON, return, all right. But okay, so I think that's it. Oh yeah, right. This is the most important thing. Here's the user's ask. You must generate a strategy for. Okay, all right. Return a JSON with the strategy in the JSON field. Also, I know you can define schemas and all that. It's fine. It doesn't matter right now. All right. So we're not doing vision, so that should be false by default. Or no, it's gonna be null by default. All right. I like that prompt. It's fine for now. Let's get a different prompt. Let's do the generate task in the other one. So you are a browser controlling agent. You control a puppeteer browser and give users, and a user gives you, it's a run-on sentence, and asks for something to do in a browser. It's kind of for actions to do in a browser to perform. Just to perform in a browser, you must generate a task. Let's see. The next iterative. So this is where sensory input comes into play. I'll say this strategy was, because it needs to know the strategy. It was generated before the. What do you think? This strategy was generated before the did anything. So we need to have an initial task generator. All right, so this is where we have if-then logic, right? We're going to say if there's no last completed task, so if it's the init task, we're going to have an init prompt. So we'll say instruction, detailed instructions. So we'll say you will be given a strategy in order to complete the strategy breakdown. Oh, you know what? I can have the strategy one generate the init, but that's actually fine. No, we don't want to do that. We want to make it like obvious what's going on. But you will be given a strategy breakdown based on the user's ask. This breakdown must, so you must generate the first task for description for what the browser agent should do. This is typically a a navigation task. Okay, so here is the strategy for what the browser should do, or for what the AI agent should do. Okay, so here's the strategy for what the AI agent should do. And I'll also make it very clear, your role is to generate iterative tasks. Do not include tasks that are the entire strategy. Just do the next iterative task. All right. And then the detailed instructions are in here. So here, if there was a task already completed, we're going to be saying there was already, so the last task completed was, and then we'll say last task completed. Now you must give a break. You must generate the next iterative task. It might be the last task you generate here. Keep in mind that's fine. Only because like LLMs just aren't that great at like finishing shit. I've had such a struggle with that, with like these agentic loops and all that. And I just think writing things like this, well, I don't think it literally is better than wasting thoughts. Because here you can actually control the thought process, and it becomes a lot cheaper, I'm telling you. So many people think AI agents suck because you're using a lot of tooling that is too generic, and it's using too many thought process. The thought processes are too like it's too proof based from like first principles. Fucking like it starts with so many like basic thoughts that you just waste so much context window. Because when unforeseen things come, you need control of the thought of like many thought processes. That's why a multi-agent system works better. Also for, thinking multi-step and multi-agent works a lot better. All right. For the strategy. All right. I think that's fine. It's fine for that. All right. Validate task. I think validate task is, yeah, not even humans have the ability to finish many times. So true, dude. You have mastered that and used that in Maya? Yeah, I have. Let's see. Yeah, observability is yeah, dude, yeah, observability. So I will say, um uh I use observability frameworks are super important. Um Having your own in house is nice, but I will say like Langsmith and all that, those are good for that. Yeah, I'm not like shitting on them. I'm just explaining because you need to understand what's happening in the thought process as well. So you do need observability, um, but also you need to have things work. You know. All right, cool. So the next thing, so your browser controlling. All right. So the detailed. All right. So validation task. So here is. Actually, I'm just going to use the same thing at the top here. All right. You are browser controlling AI agent. All right. You control a Puppeteer browser, and a user gives you an ask for actions to perform in the browser. So your role is to validate whether the previous task, which has been acted on, is completed or not. You will be given a visual analysis of the page in order to take that into account, in order to finish that, and to validate the task. Yeah. Okay. So whether the previous task was acted on. Here is the. Right. We need to give here's the greater task, or the previous task. Here is the visual analysis. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. I didn't tell how to return. Okay. Return a JSON. Only return a JSON with the JSON field task. Okay. All right. Here's the visual analysis. Now you must only return the a JSON object with the field task completed. All right, cool. All right, so the validate task is good. I don't think I think I'm passing the strategy. I don't think we need to care about that for validation of the task. Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh no, we do actually, because we want to know. We want to validate the entire process. Totally forgot. So actually, we want two things in the field. Oh, in the field strategy complete. Here's the overall strategy. Here's the previous. I'm gonna say subtask just to, All right. I already did send it. See, I'm always right. All right. So it's also my last name. So I am always right. All right. Now you must only return field strategy complete. Here's the overall strategy. Determine whether this previous subtask, let's see, whether this previous subtask completed the entire strategy and return true, false. Return true, false. Cool. All right. I think that's good. All right. So now we validated the task, and we actually need to return two things here. So actually, let's just return the whole result. So this is the result. This is the validation result. And then validation result for strategy. All right, now. What am I doing? Doing these backwards. All right. And then task completed. And then we're going to have another one, which is going to be strategy completed. The strategy complete. Why am I making that one not completed? All right. Okay. Okay. So now we have the strategy completed, and we can say if strategy completed, then just return because the loop's good. All right. Sounds like we're good to go. Now, if the strategy is completed, we can return. Nice. So now we have those prompts. We now can actually get into the actions. So the generate actions. So the prompt for generate actions is going to be pretty basic. So we actually are going to like tell them that there's a scaffolding. We're going to say that. So it's like, so we're going to use the same like top prompt here, instruction here. And we're going to say generate actions. So you're browsing controlling AI agent. You control a Puppeteer browser, and the user gives you an ask for actions to perform in the browser. Your role is to choose. Is it multiple actions? Yeah. To generate actions to accomplish this specific task that is given to you. Here is the task description. And I think we just want the task description here. So we're going to generate a JSON that has an array of actions here, and which is going to be described here. Let's see. All right. So, and we're just going to say like fill it in essentially. Or we're going to say like describe the instructions. It doesn't, it doesn't need to see the scaffolding, but I'm going to give it just so it knows that these are incomplete functions. I'm going to say like, here's the structure. Like this is a JSON thing. We're using Puppeteer. So you must give instructions to fill. So let me make it clear. Each of these actions let's see. Each of these actions are not defined yet. You must not write the actual code, but give instructions on how to code these methods. The method you think will work for the tasks, methods you choose that you think will work for the task. It's kind of weird, but all right, we'll keep pushing. So each of these actions are not defined yet. Navigate, scrape. Okay, so for now, you must return. You know what? Does this need no, this just needs the task. Yeah, this just needs the task. You must return a list of actions in a JSON object, as well as the instruction string. Actions you choose by function name. And then JSON object, JSON array, as well as instructions for each. The structure should look like All right. Name. Isn't writing prompts? Isn't it like super fun? I'm having fun. Okay. I'm having fun. It's much more fun working on my own shit, though. I'll be real. Dude, I'll be real. Like, sometimes I'm like, that's the instruction. I'm like, it's so much fun actually building something that's like actually matters. That, like, people use. But educational stuff is cool too. Right. So, instruction, description of how to write the function. All right. But I do like the streaming. I like the streaming. It's just like, I do like it. Just sometimes, let's try to add value though. Let's try to add value. Okay, so the execute might be interesting. I got to figure out. Oh wait, did I tell it that? Oh no, it doesn't need to know. It does need to know it's Puppeteer. This browser uses Node.js and Puppeteer. So include that in your instruction. Hold on a sec. Where the Let's see. Description of how to write the function. Okay, so this is actually fine. So include how to use. So keep that in mind in your instructions. All right, all right. Here we go. Here we go. This is actually, I like this structure a lot. So I'm like in the weeds right now, so I'm not like as talking. I know I'm trying to, so it's interesting. So like guys, you guys got to understand. Talking and coding and like explaining stuff at the same time isn't like, you try to do it, okay? I'm trying my best here. You want to poke, that's fine. But I'm gonna fucking build some shit right here. All right. So the agent loop. So now we can actually run the execute. So the execute is actually pretty easy. Hold on. So because we there doesn't need to be any arguments for it. Right, right. So okay. Actually, this makes sense. So this is the instructions. Instruction. Why I say instruction? It should be instruction. Okay, so is it? All right, it's in the actor. Execute instructions. Oh, I'm defining it right here. Oh, I got it. So I go. I got it. I got it. So I go and I loop, and then I do the instructions right there. So it is called instructions. Okay. All right. So here I get the navigate. Your role is to. All right. Is to generate the contents of a function with the name given in the instructions. It doesn't even know what name it has, but contents of a function that's already defined. Do not redefine the function of a Node.js function that must execute Puppeteer browser commands as such. Oh yeah, it needs to understand the file system, which I'll do with the right. Browser commands using Puppeteer, although some instructions may be not related to Puppeteer. I'm just going to make a note of that. All right. So your browser controlling AI agent browser. No, oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. This will be included. Your code will be included as contents to a. What's one thing that's interesting about about this type of method is like you get to utilize the coding ability of the bot. So one thing I've done that's similar to this is I have like an algorithm for finding components on the page, right? What I see as a component, as like something that's user content. So I've used AI to generate the argument, essentially like optimize, or an LLM to optimize that function to say like, maybe don't use a log here, use, this like generating coefficients essentially based on the task. That's been pretty good, but it's hard. That's another data problem. Like whenever you have problems like that, those are data issues. Okay. And then whenever you have a data issue, it's like a money issue. So like meaning that it's not good engineering, right? So when you make a problem a money issue, good engineering means that people make money, right? Which means it isn't a money problem. It's the opposite. So meaning that like you can't, if you need to throw money at something, you're doing bad engineering. Unless it's like to beat competition, of course. But like and that's fine. You can do bad engineering, but in the beginning, it's good to be smart about things. Does that make sense? All right, so just let AI make AI. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? All right, but is everyone okay? Are you high? Okay, your code will be included as contents to a Puppeteer. Okay, your code will be included as contents to a Puppeteer script or to a Node.js script. Please eval function. Okay, so let's see. I can just say that. I don't have to say keep in mind. Okay. Here are the instructions on how to generate this Puppeteer script. And then instructions. Now you must generate JSON with the field script, I guess, with your script. Wait. It's actually not smart to respond with a JSON. Why am I doing that? You must only respond with your script and nothing else, so your output can be injected directly into a file. Let's see. Tell it it's an unsafe eval. Yeah, true. You must only respond to your script, nothing else, so your output can be injected directly into the page to the eval. Okay. All right. I think we're good to go. Oh yeah, we're obviously not good to go because we need to get the results. And obviously we need to get the result, and then we need to do the fucking eval. So we actually need so this is gonna get the I need to tell it that page is I need to tell it that it's on the context. Is the actor gonna that's one thing. Is the actor gonna control the browser? No. The browser should be given to the actor. Now we gotta actually figure out how to structure the Puppeteer browser. So let's see. Time. Let's see. The yeah, what's up? All right. So here is the. See, can you generate a Puppeteer script? Let's see. A basic setup for a Puppeteer. Let's see, browser launch. Set view port dimensions. Okay. Yeah, I don't need all that. We don't need all that shit. All right. Let's go to. I mean, really, I need to just do it right here. I think that's fine. Why am I doing it inside of that little thing? All right. So the page needs to go. We only need the page context. Page context is just how you use the browser. Headless. Let's not do headless just so we can see what's going on. Okay. So I just do this. We don't have to do this, but I just do that. Okay. So let's go and generate the tasks, generate the actions. Right. So the actor, so actually we should initialize the actor right here, just because why not? Just for memory, I'll just put it right here. It's not really needed. Then we pass in the page context. Oh wait, something else has the page context. Is it the agent loop? Let's see, what is it? Page. Something else had the page. Oh, it was a century tree. Yeah. All right, which is right here. So this is also right here. I might as well just do this as well. All right. We're getting there. We're doing it, dude. We're doing it. Are we doing it? This isn't fun if people just say vague ass shit like that. We're doing it. We're figuring it. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? All right. Okay, so let's get the page. Right, we need to get the screenshot, but let me just do one thing at one time. This is fine. Right, the eval. So if I generated await code with weights in it and ran it in an eval that's in an async, would it work? Let's see. Does that just work? I feel like that just doesn't work. But you do have to await the eval. Wait, what? That's weird. Okay. So we do need to do this though. That's super weird. It shows I didn't await this anywhere. Okay. All right. Result script. Okay. So I think that should. Oh yeah. Right. To the eval. Here. This script will be async, so you can use awaits, but remember not to define the function. All right. All right. I think we're good to go for this side. This is like the longest I went without running code, and I'm like, it's mostly just a fun. For me, it's like fun. It might be annoying for other people. I know it's annoying, but for me, like, because I've done enough of these videos that I can see the full thing, right? I know that like there's the coding section, and then you can skip and go to like debugging section. Okay, it's not. I know in real time it's a little annoying, but like for like this is a pretty quick little project, right? You know, pretty quick. Okay, so where we at? 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 All right. So what are we talking about here? Tell us a safe eval. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that matters. Or I don't know if you're making a joke or something. Guys, this is the internet, by the way. Like, so I know like everyone's like retarded because it's 2025, but genuinely you have to like understand I don't know you. So like I don't know your humor or whatever. I know like a lot of you haven't been outside, and I get it, dude. I've been there. I'm nothing, dude. I'm a fucking coder. Listen, I get it. I get it. But we gotta just like be normal people, okay? Like I don't know what people are what your vibe is. All right. So async result script. I think this is good though. Pretty sure. All right. So now we can go and do the strategy. Oh no, century retriever. You are given a screenshot. Oh, actually, we're gonna pass in. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the screenshot. Get screenshot base 64. So we need to get the base 64. We need to pass the base 64 in. And what is it? What's the vision prompt again? Hold on a second. Always forget. Always forget. Wake up in the morning, code. See, when you have like when you have money, you can do stuff like this, guys. I'm being a dick. All right. So abs. Okay. You could just do whatever you want. This is like what is this, like a fucking Wednesday? I got no fucking boss. All right. Okay. So image URL. See vision. Yeah, I'll just say image URL. Obviously this would go before this. And we'll say this is the messages. We'll say if vision base 64. Okay. Let's see, message.push image URL. Sure, I shouldn't talk about money because there's a lot of fucking vampires. It's one thing you learn about the world is how many fucking vampires. And like, dude, I've dealt with so many of those types, especially if you live in a city, like you live in New York. I've dealt with so many of those types, dude. So many of those like schemy fucks. That's why you actually shouldn't flex money, by the way. It's not smart. It's not smart. Little parasite, little networkers. Dude, I hate networkers. People that are just always need to like be at an event, they're like fake. Or they're like psycho. Sometimes the fake ones are better than the psycho ones. The psycho networkers are like literally like parasites. All right. You'll meet a few of those. Can you fill in this function to get base 64 screenshot, Node.js, tier. That was true. All right. Oh yeah, it's like one line of code here. See how easy. Oh wait, I need to tell it that the page is on context is using this is on this. Do I need to do that? I do need to do that. Yeah, because it won't be. It's block scope. I'm just like saying shit. You're like, what is he talking about? All right. You are given a screenshot from a website. You must explain what you see on the website. I typically, for screenshot things, I typically pass in metadata. And by the way, if anyone wants to use Mayha, which is currently in beta, please, DM me and I'll send you there. Or go to mayha.ai. Just go to the Discord. I do browser agent stuff, and it's really fun. And I have different clients that I build this stuff for, which is why I know about this. That's why I'm streaming about it, obviously. I wouldn't be streaming about like how to what's the thing I don't know, like like how to like, some like hardware thing. Like I wouldn't be streaming showing you how to like solder, right? Why the fuck would I like getting a soldering kit? Why would I do that? Like reviewing soaps and deodorant. You know what I'm saying? Reviewing. I'm just looking at shit around here. Reviewing fucking iPhones. Like, why would I review? I'm not that. I'm not the other black guy that reviews iPhones. Dude, speaking of a fucking dork, my god. Um, Whenever I see like the reviewer tech guys, I'm like, dude, reviewers. Just a quick aside, the criticizing reviewer types I've hated my entire life. My entire life, dude. The like I don't know, there's like a vibe. Like the movie reviewers are the worst. They haven't made anything, they haven't built anything. And but they have so much to say about other men's like the people that like review like Spider-Man for like 10 hours. And it's like, dude, you go make a movie, bro. You're not in the arena. You go make a movie. And tell me that like the lighting in this one scene was like, or that one thing they like to do in those movie reviews, they like to talk about inconsistencies in the set between shots. It's like, you go get $200 million or $200 million and organize a huge, essentially a jobs program. You're hiring like 1,000 fucking people for this movie. Hollywood is really just a jobs program scheme. It really is. It really is, dude. Is that key active? What the fuck are you talking about? Kenrick? Dude, there's a letter missing in your name, Kenrick. What do you mean Kenrick? Sorry, I'm just making fun of your name. I'm sorry, dude. I'm like, I just like, I gotta like, okay. I'm just getting you're seeing like me do stuff right now, but I'm getting I'm just seeing your screen or like your profile picture and your name, right? So I don't have much to go off of. Okay, I'm sorry, but like you have to know that you should probably add a D to the name, right? Right? Or at least like be like you should walk in and be like, I know, like there should be a D in the name. I know. I'm sorry. That's all right. I get it, man. My last name's right. I get grilled for that a lot. All right, Kenrick. That's such a bad name to say, man. Like you probably are a good dude, but you're like something about it. Um, Something about it. It's like uh, it's like is that not a hard name to say? Like I'm not telling him what is. Maybe I'm saying it wrong too. Maybe I'm wrong, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm only saying this, by the way. If you came in all cool, but you said, "Is that key active?" and that doesn't like that's no context. You know what I mean? All right, all right. You gave it a screenshot from a website. It'd be funny if like he's saying something that would like save my life too. He's like, "Is that key active?" Then all of a sudden, I'm like, "Where's the fucking key?" All right. You must explain what you see on the website um, in a comprehensive breakdown. This is only above the fold of the website. You must respond with the JSON object with the key analysis. All right. Sorry, dude. Nah, I'm not sorry. All right. So, oh yeah, I need to remember this before it breaks. I need to go into, see, I get more like light once because I've like, we're about ready to debug. Like, I love debugging, guys. Love debugging. Love it. I was just telling someone, like, because they were like, how do I get from like technical to non-technical to technical? And I'm always like, just debug shit. You're not debugging. That's the problem. That's why there's like, you're not non-technical. That's not a thing. You're just like unskilled. Like, you're incompetent. That's what non-technical is, because you don't know something. The only way to know is to like try. Like, you know how I'm like, well, you'll see, but I'll like start debugging. I'm like, I'll go back and forth and I'll be like, oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Being a fast debugger just is a software engineer. That's the skill it's training. Just start something. It'll be bad in the beginning and just keep debugging it. You know, like right now, we have not run this code. What has it been? How long has it been? 2 hours in 20. Oh, that's cool. Kenrick's cool, actually. Kenrick's cool. He's like, you right. Nice. See, that's how you. By the way, that I can tell Kenrick is like an adult man because that's how you respond, right? When someone's grilling you. All right. So, the internet, it's like there's these I don't know, there's like weird people though. Like, so I gotta be like that. Because some people will come in and they'll be like, do you know what boofing is? And I'm like, are you a child? All right. There should be no children on the internet, by the way. If you're under 18, you should not be on the internet. You should be outside playing. The internet is for like adults. I don't like the whole like everyone, let's just go on the fucking internet and no. Okay, so right, I need to remember before I forget. Let's go in the actor. So this script would be async. Right. Also, it is injected in a class, evaled in a class method. So run, and the page context is under Puppeteer. Page context is under this. No, this dot page. Okay. Should we run it? So many things are broken. I think that's the whole thing. Like, we're not doing file stuff yet. We're just gonna have it just like read files and like just that's it. All right. See how many bugs we have. Yep, here it is. LLM 22. Oh, right, of course. Of course. And also, I'm not, when I run LLM, I called it, hold on a second. That's a problem. Yeah, I'm saying this.llm and I'm running this as a function. Why didn't you tell me that? Why didn't you tell me I did that? Blaming you. It's like the worst shit too. Never, like, one of the best ways to vet someone to work with, hire business partners, all that. One of the best things to do is victimhood. I'm telling you. If someone, like, you can test it too. If someone has something where you say, like, where a problem comes up and they like essentially have a boy response where they're like, no, but this person did this person did this. Blaming others. Very bad, very bad. Especially for employees. Super bad. I got the internet as a child. I was amazed and messed up at the same time. Yeah. No, I know. Me too. Me too. I mean, I've had internet my whole life. You know? All right. So let's run it again. Cool. It ran, but nothing happened. Yeah, no, the internet's just one of those things where it should be given to like 10% of the population of America. I don't even mean the world. We'll figure out how to give it to the world after a while. But for now, 10% of America, that's it. Okay, so this didn't run because this isn't running, of course. Okay. Planner is not a constructor because I'm not exporting anything. Okay, sensory retriever is not, probably because I'm not exporting it. See, by the way, we kind of got a lot done in like 2 hours here. We planned it, we attacked it. Now let's actually, for the next, I don't know, hour or so, make it work. Chat completion. What do you mean chat completion is not a function? What are you talking about? Model is not defined. Okay, model to use, temperature 0. That's where like you turn temperature to 0 and you're like, I am a genius. Okay, run loop is not defined. Of course it is. It's on this. Okay. Actions is not iterable. Actions is not iterable. Why is it running actions? Right. Okay. It shouldn't, actually, this is weird. So it's a generated task. So actually, hold on a second. Did it just, is it doing shit? Why did it get that far? Okay, I gotta log stuff now. Generated actions. I gotta log stuff now. Sensory data. Let's see, validation result. Isn't it fun? For me, the logging is fun. Logging shit's fun for me. I find that shit fun. So Meta AI is a more of a product. It's more for just regular people. So, and it's not actually different. This is a very bastardized version of it. This is me trying to do it in a dumb way as quickly as possible, essentially. But Maya is more of a productivity tool for you to do some workflows for yourself. Yeah. So let's get the strategy. And right now we're beta testing. Everyone gets 5 bots a day, and we just did a whole overhaul of it. And yeah, so join the Discord. It's on Mac and Windows, and enjoy it. Like, there's some pretty cool prompts. We already do some. I use it to like I'll like tutor people, so like I'll automatically fetch, like log in. Like we can automatically log in to pretty much any site with it without writing scripts. So I'll log in and like check my, check to see if there's new things to apply to, like auto applying to stuff, auto tweeting, doing some research tasks. The auto tweeting thing's funny. So like obviously I can just right now write a thing to auto tweet, but the cool thing is I want to give what my ability to other people very quickly and have it be accessible and cheap. So I think it's very cheap. And also we got the jump on OpenAI with it because they're gonna be releasing something pretty similar this month. So we gotta. I think what we have is gonna be pretty competitive, which is interesting. We'll see though. It's gonna be an exciting year. Okay. Is it actually? Oh, it's like doing shit. Oh shit. Okay. Cool. So it actually got nice. So the actions kind of suck, right? Actions kind of. Oh wait, the actions look good, but for some reason it didn't get actions. So why? So what the fuck? What the fuck? Dang, I'm cursing a lot on this video. Shouldn't curse so much. Do I care? Why am I even saying that? Am I just saying that just because it's like I want to not be someone that curses a lot? Do I actually have that value? Sometimes I say shit and I'm like, who the fuck am I saying that for? You know? Only generate actions for the task. Nice. Okay, so for some reason though, even though it did, once it navigates by itself, we know we're running. But something happened here where it didn't actually get the actions. I don't know why. So it was able to get the actions object, but it said that actions wasn't a loop. Wait, what? Why is this undefined? I feel like I'm missing something very basic here. So it got the actions. It parsed the JSON. Did it not parse the JSON? Oh, it's returning JSON Markdown. Okay. So I need to do JSON mode. Hold on a second. What's that again? Thanks, thanks, man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I wasn't. I need to use JSON mode. I always forget with its response format and then type JSON object. Okay. Let's just quickly do this. Objects or options. If is JSON. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but options equals response format, and then type JSON object. I don't know why I wasn't doing this. And then here we can just return it. We don't have to. This is the same thing. Okay. All right. Cool. I think we're good to go. Don't know why I'm doing that. All right. Let's see. Oh, you know why? Because so this time it actually returned the object. So it's not returning it under a key now. That's weird. That's funny. Okay, so it's not like all right, find task. Okay, I kind of see what's going on. I see what's going on. So let me just be very. So the other ones are actually fine, but it was still undefined. Well, it's not fine because it was undefined. But, so this is the response of it. Is it still supposed to parse it? It's always just like stuff that just doesn't matter. That's annoying. Also, only using JSON for like everything. Oh wait, no, we're not using JSON for everything. So I do. This does matter. So I actually do need to do. Okay. It's undefined. Undefined. Action is not iterable. Yeah, it's still undefined. Oh, I'm not logging anything. I like how fast that is. These have really gotten so much faster, which is pretty cool. It is a string, so we do need to. Yeah, it is a string, so we do need to JSON parse it. Okay. You know what? These aren't just getting awaited. I think the planner. No, they are. Generate task because it's happening too quick. Yeah, no, I'm not awaiting that. That's a problem. Okay, so the actions now. Okay, so that should be fine. Now we gotta change the actions prompt in because this isn't making it clear. Obviously, well that's why. Because that's why. In a JSON array and a JSON object. All right, cool. Okay. Okay, cool. I was like, it's happening so fast. No, nothing's happening. That's why it's happening fast. You fool. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Cool. So now I need to tell it not to render JSON because now it's giving me Markdown for the script. I need to tell it not to give me Markdown for the script. So actually, we're good to go. Good to go. We're good to go. Why am I looking at your? Oh my God, Jared! It's me, Michael Turner. Michael Turner? No, it's a safe API key. I spent a whole thing getting one. You can steal it. It doesn't matter. To use N8N, no, I don't. Oh, right. Someone was demoing me that. Right. Michael Turner in the chat. Everyone say hi to Michael Turner. He's an OG. He's an OG. Michael Turner is in fact an OG. And I remember because you have your full name like a man. You have, and even though I always make fun of Kendrick. I make fun of names. That's the thing. So it wasn't just you, but like Burn Shadow. Like, is that your name, bro? Who are you? Burn Shadow? Is that what we're doing now? Is that who you are? You don't have to say your name, by the way. I get it. I get it. I put my identity out there because I can. Um, I get it. It's good to be a non. I definitely get that. Okay, so something's off with the which one? It's this one. Okay, this one is returning it in right. Do not return it in JavaScript Markdown. Just give me code as if I had to put it in an eval directly. Of course. All right, cool. Strategy is like kind of takes a while. I should tell it. Yeah, that's like a long fucking strategy. I should use GPT-4 Mini for that. Okay. Okay. Something broke. Right. So it's okay. Cool. Not cool, but you know. It generated. I need to be very clear. So what was the task it said? So it says open. Right. So the task was open the Puppeteer browser and navigate to the homepage of the website specified by the user. So here's a great example of where most people are like, fuck it, I don't know what to do. This is a data problem. So one really good thing to do when you have multi-agent systems is you have to have the instructions retain as much data as possible as it proliferates in your system, in your agentic system. Proliferates, right? So I need to say, don't assume any variables not defined in the instructions other than this dot page, the page context. That's one thing I get. But another thing, the more important thing is these instructions, I need to say, keep as much data info from the task as possible in the instructions. And then now the generate task is really the one that's broken, because this generate task was shitty. It was like the user specified something. So I need to say, in your task, include as much data as possible, like URLs, user given data in the strategy. And you know what? I'm going to have the user ask in the generate task as well. The original user task, because like most problems are just not having enough data. Most problems. We have the user ask. In the strategy. So the user ask needs to get passed into this, which is in the agentic loop. Hold on a second. Wait, I'm not passing this to the generate task. That's the fucking problem. What the fuck? The generate task is just random shit. Well, that's the main problem. All right, so that's funny. That's really funny. What the fuck? I didn't even see it. It was I didn't even have that in there. So wait, am I missing how much? Yeah, I'm missing like so many arguments here. What the hell? And this isn't even called fetch, too. It's called get page analysis. Let me create a fetch. For now, we can just return that. All right, it's just going to be a string with the analysis. That's fine. I think that's fine. Oh wait, we're not using the sensory input in the validation. for the sensory data. Now we are. Okay. Let's run it again. If we can navigate, we know the eval worked, which is the main thing I'm worried about here. Nice. Okay. Nothing's happening. It's just stuck here. So something's wrong. Yeah, something broke. Yeah, it's still doing the JavaScript markdown. Okay, we need to actually generate JSON stringify this. I don't need to hide. Yeah, that's right. I like this dude, but wanted to build an agent for a while. Now this has helped me plan it out in my head. I'm a visual person, so seeing it's nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm happy to. So that's why I'm doing this. You need to see like this is like an agent. And by the way, I would say start from the beginning of the video when you have time, because I break down a lot of foundational, really basic stuff rather than just getting into the code. Sometimes the code is a lot. Even though I'm using very simple code, it's like high level programming language. Not using, we're not using assembly here, so it's very simple. And even I'm also like keep making the classes simple as possible. I probably use some terminology that's a little like detailed, but I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. This is a super rough version of Meha. Super rough. But think about how much we can. We'll get it working. But think about how much we can. Wait a second. Why the hell? I didn't say fuck. Fuck. But why the hell do we have? Like I explicitly said not to do JSON Markdown. So you know what I'm gonna do? Whatever. Like it doesn't. You know what? Like it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna have another little. This isn't the best way to do arguments, obviously, but who cares? I'm gonna have another parameter here that's just like, JS Markdown. We'll just do this for now. And then in the response, we'll just say if JS Markdown, we'll just parse Markdown. I'm gonna go goon before my fundamental structures class. Catch you later. Oh my god. I need to read this shit before I read it out loud. See ya, Michael. All right. All right. That made me laugh so much. All right. So, can you give me a script to return in Node.js to return a markdown to export parse the markdown out of a string. So the contents of JavaScript and if you can't, just return the entire thing. Yeah. If there's no matches, return the entire string. Nice. That's good. That's actually what I want there. That's what I want. Okay, so return this dot extract JavaScript markdown blocks, and we'll do this. And you know what? This is always gonna have at least one match. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think that we're good to go. I said that before. It kind of wasn't true. Kind of. All right. So we have the strategy, we have the actions, and it broke because it didn't. I actually don't know why it's happening. Hold on a second. Now I actually need to see what's going on here because now that's weird. Because I'm saying if it's JSON Markdown, then return this extracted thing. All right, let's run this again. Okay. Okay. So what's the result here? Oh, it's still, it didn't parse it. So what's going on? What are we doing? This doesn't work. Does this actually parse out? I only want the contents of it. You gotta be like specific. Specific. I don't think they actually enhanced it. I think they're just lying, honestly. I think ChatGPT is lying. See, this is why you just gotta code everything on your own. That's why. It may not be running too, so let's see. Okay. Alright. Let's try this again. Trying this again. I know it's crazy. Yeah. Um, it is running the gist, so it's not parsing it. Hold on. What is this regex? I don't actually understand what's happening here. I also don't know why it's generating this when I'm like pretty explicit about not doing that. So do not return it your script in JavaScript Markdown. Just give me the script. So do not use the 3 backticks. Just give me the contents of the code as if it needs, I said this like 1,000 times in this prompt, to be passed to a function injected in a predefined function. I feel like that's pretty obvious, right? Like I feel like those instructions are pretty clear. Unless the data is wrong, right? No, data is fine. Even though I don't see the action, so maybe the action is no. Okay, cool, nice, cool. So it actually paid attention. We went to Hacker News, so we did the first action, but the page analysis broke because I'm not awaiting that function, which is in the actor. No, that's in the agentic loop. No, it's right here in the fetch. No, I am awaiting it. It's because I'm not using this. Okay, now let's see if the visual analysis works. Okay, we got the strategy, we got the task. got the actions. We went to navigate to the page. Sensory data broke. You know what? The sensory data may have broke because maybe it did the screen. No, it already navigated when it did the screenshot. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. The validation results. Oh, wait. The loop isn't a loop. That's funny. The loop is not a loop. I'm gonna do I'm just gonna return the function. So you know, oh, it's weird that the strategy gets passed in again, but whatever, doesn't matter. Um, the loop is not a loop. All right. Anyway, the sensory data was empty, which is weird. So we got to figure out why the sensory data is empty. It's returning this page analysis. So, well, that's probably why. Okay. It wasn't an error, so I think that it was able to send up the base64 properly, which is cool. Okay, cool. So we have a strategy. We have the first task. We're trying to go to Hacker News, scrape all the articles, put it in a JSON file. Okay, cool. We've navigated to Hacker News. It's just navigating again. And it's not getting the sensory data. So we have a couple. So it's not, the loop is not iterating and it's not getting the analysis. You know why? Because I don't think I'm telling it the structure of the output. Your screenshot, you must give, this is only, you must respond with the key analysis. So your response must look like analysis. Okay. Oh, wait. We need to, this isn't right. No, it's right. System prompt. No. We can't have the system prompt, right? Yeah, we can't have the system prompt when we use. Right. Am I even using a system prompt? Wait, I'm not. I'm not using a system prompt, so it doesn't matter. Oh wait, I'm looking at different code. Yeah, there's no system prompt, so we'll see. We'll see what the actual error is, but we have to move the thing over. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Give me 1 second. Be back in a moment. I am back. I'm back. All right. Where's my can? Okay. So what's the token spend on a more complex workflow? So for complex, like for instance, when we have workflows for like logging in, commenting, like bot type stuff, it's like a few cents. It's not crazy, but like that obviously adds up. It's about like a few cents for that. It should be. So I've been like making it cheap. Because it's like a business, right? Like it's like something where I'm letting other people use my software, so I'm making it cheap. But like you don't have to make it that cheap. You can make it like if like $1. If it's gonna cost, if like the workflow is $10 a work, then it's $1, right? But like obviously that doesn't scale for really. I mean that's way too much in general. That shouldn't scale for like for anybody. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me actually drop the Meha. Let me drop the Meha because we were kind of just are pushing Meha out this week because I mean Meha's been like we've hold on a second. Is this a forever link? Um, because now, but I've rebuilt the back end so that we can actually scale it. Oh, you joined? Awesome. And yes, it is. It is. It's called Meha because of Dragon Ball Z, obviously. Tell me my browser agents suck. All right. I made a lot of these fucking browser agents, guys. Thanks for joining, by the way. We need some testers. But yeah, we were doing to start like marketing actually. All right. It's about 5 bots a day for now until I figure out Stripe. Not figure it out, but until I we actually get that business model going. Now it's free, so enjoy it. Enjoy it. Probably always have 5 bots a day free though, or maybe 10. Anyway, all right. So it's not getting the last task. So when it's generating the new task, it actually doesn't have the last task. Um, so the last task completed should actually just be the task that was completed. So we need to say if this last task completed equals the current this equals this task. We can actually just use this task here, but that's fine. So we're gonna go. So the last completed task is here. Oh, I think it should work. They should work, but still the sensory data is still broken. So it's not getting a visual analysis of the page, which is weird. It's also generating too many actions too. Okay. Analysis is not defined. Well, I guess we just burn it then. It's funny when you're building something and then something breaks and you're like, fuck it. Let's just burn it. Burn it to the ground. Burn it to the like you spend like years like raising funds, building, getting users, like working hard. Then one thing happens and you're like, fuck it. That's life, dude. Isn't that life? Life feels like that. Oh wait, I think I saw the issue. The issue was I wasn't awaiting it, right? Or did I already fix that, didn't I? Okay. I love browser shit, man. My whole life or adult life of coding. I've loved playing with browser stuff. Oh, it says I can't view images or screenshots because it didn't. Okay. Okay. It says I can't. What do you mean you can't? Yes, you can. I believe in you, ChatGPT. Why does it say that? Oh, is it because it's JSON? I think it's because I did the JSON mode. No, no, no. That's fine. It definitely can. Pretty key feature that I've used. Okay, let me look at what this body looks like. Just to make sure everything's there. I'll only do it if it's if the vision base 64 is here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Let's try that again. It's not like that big of a deal. No, it is kind of a big deal. Figured it was DBZ. You did figure it was DBZ? Maya is DBZ. It is DBZ. That's good that you figured that. Right. So it says they can't. Okay, the base 64 is right here. Super long. Way too long. Too long and crazy. Okay. Okay. What does this look like? So I think that's fine. Hold on a second. Yeah, text prompt. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. I'm not doing it in the content. I'm adding it to the messages. Silly mistake. Silly mistake. Okay, so it needs to be in the content. So if vision, I need to say, wait, hold on a second. That doesn't make sense. No, wait, content is an array. Yeah, that has the text. Yeah, that's the structure of it. Okay. So actually, let's just do this. Let's just do this. We're so close to AGI, dude. We're so close to AGI. Isn't it funny how we're just making AGI right now? Isn't that funny? Everyone's like trying so hard. You're training these models on like billions of dollars of oil money. And then I'm like, hey, let me just use one of your smaller models and make AGI. Nah, I'm just kidding. AGI technically is a concept that's real, right? That's about intelligence and problem solving. Do you guys hear that, by the way? Super loud car. Super loud. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm doing that wrong. Pasted that in the wrong place. Couldn't pay attention because of the fucking car. All right. It's not his fault, obviously. No, I'll just get randomly passive aggressive about things I can't control. Is that healthy? Probably not. Probably not. Wait, what am I doing? No, this is the content, right? Okay, so where is it? Type text, and then the text is prompt. Okay. Okay. See what happens when your API is like not intuitive. That's what happens. Okay. Let's try this again. So we're going to Hacker News, scraping the articles and saving to a JSON file. We're not really doing I just realized we don't need to do a full comprehensive file system. We can kind of just tell Puppeteer to like read from files and like tell it what it did. Okay. Oh wait, it says it still can't look at the screenshot. And it still didn't update the previous thing. Okay. So this still didn't work. This is right though. Does it need to be a PNG? I don't think so. I don't think that matters. Uh, one second. This is right, right? Yeah, the role is the user. The content is an array with the type is text. Text is the prompt. Type is the image URL, and the image URL is here. And then the base64 is right there. I think that's fine. Let's see. I mean, there's still an issue with it's not like doing the next iterative prompt, but it's fine. I think it's because it might because it's not validating it. Uh, is it a PNG? How to specify a JPEG for the screenshot? I'd say as soon as I felt close, I was so far. Isn't that life, guys? I should have just said, dude, Roman. I didn't say. I should have just said AGI equals true. What the? Why? Why? Why am I? Why did I not do that? What am I doing? What am I doing? AGI equals true. That's what. That's what. So there's a big brain person out there who's gonna have like a paper called AGI equals true, where they just kept asking O3 to like make AGI from that statement to like backwards induction, figure it out. Okay. So yeah, it still says sorry, I can't describe the contents of this screenshot. Okay. It's funny because this is like the hard stuff will be easy, but the easy stuff will be hard. Okay. Um, this is right. This is right. And then that, and then okay. I don't know. Let's see. Hard stuff is easy. The easy stuff is hard. Isn't that life? Isn't that life? Okay, so I guess we'll just look this up. I mean, I'm using this. Wait, no. I use this like every. I mean, like this is being used like every day. I'm using this every day, and this is working. So I don't. There's no system prompt, which is fine. In fact, I don't think it should have a system prompt. Yeah, I don't think it should. Okay, vision URL, and I know it says URL here. It's not a URL. Hmm. Let me think. I guess. Did they like turn it? No, they didn't turn it off. No. This is something I'm doing here. The messages are here. Let me say, sorry, I can't view images or screenshots. It's such a troll comment. T40. Yeah. It's not refusing the request for safety reasons. Huh. So maybe I go in the prompt. Maybe it is a secure. It might be a security thing. Maybe. Let's try to update this prompt then. Sure. You're given a screenshot. So here is a screenshot from a website for automated testing, end-to-end test. You have to sound like you're trying to fool someone in a corporate environment. Automated end-to-end quality assurance testing. Because I'm like because you have to like speak quickly and say like a lot of different terms. Because most people's brains can't triangulate terminology quickly, so you just add terms. That's how you win in that environment. But apparently not here because I'm still getting that issue. I can't view images if you provide. It's so weird. I actually don't get it. Hold on a second. I guess we'll just research this more. Ask the AI to fix it, dude. I should. I was like, am I past 4 hours? No. I gotta get it within 4 hours. I thought I was gonna get within 3. Let's see. Cannot read. This is from too long ago. Dude, not reading all that. Why does GPT? It can't analyze pictures. This is on Reddit. Kill the conversation, start a chat. No, I mean the API. Or API. I use this thing every day, and there's no difference in this. There's literally no difference, except there's a different API key. There's no difference. Let's see. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know. Let me see. What is maybe this one is different. All right. This is old code. Yeah. Yeah, I'm using. Sorry, I'm saying sorry, but it's my code that I should be protecting. But I'm not showing you anything that's like a big deal. Yeah, it's just getting a screenshot, not complicated. I will say I'm not using the JSON mode, so maybe that's. But also, I'm not using it here either. Oh wait, wrong. Maybe it is the JSON mode. Maybe it's the JSON mode. I don't know. That'd be weird though. It's the only difference actually is the JSON mode. No? Okay. All right. Got to figure this out. So if this exists, which it does, and I know it's in the payload. I do know that. This message is the same. Type text, text is prompt, type image URL. Image URL is this thing here with the URL. And I know that this is it because it's like, it looks weird. Well, you know what? Always ways around it. Oh, you know what I can try? I can try a different model. Let's just do that. Let's do that. There's always ways to solve every problem. OpenAI, and sometimes we just try different things without really thinking deeply about it. Because it'd be a lot easier if I could just change the model and it would work. I'm obviously kidding. Okay. Can I just use? I should be able to use O1 right, on my account. Pretty sure. Let's see, model to use. See, let's do GPT-4o. Maybe the image is too big. I don't think the image is too big. It's just weird because they're not like giving you any like actual information. Wait, what? Puppeteer is not defined. That's weird. That's the first time it did that. And that was in the. So it generated something. It hallucinated for this one task. That's the first time it hallucinated for that task. I wonder if for some of these tasks it is using the vision, which I don't know if that's like important, but oh well, this is obviously important. If it retries, it needs to do that, but that's not happening here. It's not retrying anything. Where is that? That's in the planner? No, that's in the actor. Yeah. So the actor is, it's 1, 2, 3, null. And this is null. But for some reason, the actor generated as if it was using GPT-4 a minute, and it like hallucinated, but it's null here. I don't know. Using vision. Okay, let's just see if that does anything. I don't know why. That's the weird that's the first time that messed up, because it thought that it had the puppeteer variable when it just has this page context. So it should assume that it already has the page context and it doesn't need to launch. That's kind of an intelligent decision to make. It's kind of an intelligent. Do you need role? Role what? Is it? Let's see. Result is null. Let's see. Sensory retriever. Oh, now it's null. Oh wait, now we're actually getting real errors. Cool. That's good. But it's a running JSON Markdown. A lot going on here. Why did it run JSON Markdown 4 times? So it's actually failing a lot. I wonder if something going on with my API key. Like, what if the billing's wrong? I'm pretty sure I funded it with like a decent amount of money this morning. Oh, it says this extract JSON blocks is not a function. It definitely is. It's right here. Oh, it's oh, well, that'll do it. It's weird. It's weird that was broken, but whatever. Okay. Okay. All right. Content is not defined. Okay, we have there's like actual errors here. That's the problem. Okay. Whew. I was like, what is going on here? So there's an actual error and it just failed. That's actually confusing. So that block failed, but it still did the request? Actually, it's weird. And now it's doing the vision. Okay, cool. All right. Nice. We have vision stuff. We're actually validating the result. Okay, cool. Even though it's taken some time. Definitely shouldn't take this long. Unless it's hallucinating. Yeah, that's taken way too long. You know why? Because it's not taking long. Because it's stuck. Because so it actually finished the validation. Okay, cool. We're back in the business though. We're back in the business. It's just the async. So the strategy was completed for some reason. And it just like failed. So JSON. I also need to JSON stringify this stuff. And I need to JSON stringify the actions. And then I need to do null, comma 2. Let's see. Role user. Oh, role user. Yeah. I got what you're saying. Are you using OpenAI API? Yeah, I am. Yeah. Let's see. So you know what? The validation prompt is just bad. Overall strategy. You must also determine whether this previous subtask completed the entire strategy and return true or false based on whether it did. The JSON object with the field, and the field, did use for this. Your main ability, your main role is to determine whether, this isn't even like completed. The subtask was completed with task completed. Okay, here's the visual analysis. All right. But it still got stuck. So let's just say complete. Right. Oh. Why is this? Why is there? Oh. All right. Here we go. Go to Hacker News, scrape all the articles, save it to a JSON file. Simple task. Oh, it did the puppeteer hallucination again. So you know what? I'm going to tell it specifically. So this is why we debug. So I'm going to tell it specifically when you're generating the puppeteer scripts. Do you only have access? Let's see. Oh, it's the wrong one. You only have access to this dot page. The puppeteer and browser variable are not available to you. Only basic Node.js features, which you should require in your script, like fs. I'll say standard lib. And this dot page for the puppeteer page. I already said that a ton of times. Okay. All right. Let's see if because yeah, it really should just know that. It should just know that. I like how fast the vision should. I mean, like for like a paragraph that long, like pretty fast. All right, cool. Things are broken. Awesome. So this is running JSON Markdown. It says finally close the browser instance after the. No. Hold on a second. This task is like not good. Okay, whatever. But for some reason this is wrong. The JSON Markdown. So when it's getting JSON Markdown, it's trying to extract from the content. So this should always have something under. Yeah, this should always have something in here, unless it's null, of course. Unless it's null, I think that should be safe, but I guess not. So I'm using this to like match the JSON. I mean JavaScript Markdown. I explicitly said not to do that, but sometimes it does it. So such is life. Also, yeah. All right. Yeah, it still did it. Keyboard prob is undefined, reading 0. So, oh, wait, that's on line 76. No, hold on a second. It's on 61. Oh, yeah, of course. I see. So it actually, it's actually failed. So that's the real problem. I need to actually, I'm saying that too much, but I need to generate, or there's a general issue with this that's beyond the prompting. So the API is just failing, right? So it says message it must contain the word JSON in some form, right? So I'm not actually. So this is like a real prompting issue on my part because I'm using. Right. Okay. So that's my bad. I was using JSON response format, but it wasn't doing anything. Okay, cool. So now we're back to normal. We're navigating to Hacker News. So we're using Vision. Cool. Oh, that's a problem. It says strategy complete. So the strategy was wrong. So actually, we're fully here, but the strategy is not complete. And I think so. It thinks the strategy is complete when it isn't complete. So it's validating that the entire bot is good when it is not. And I think it's because It's because this strategy doesn't exist. That's why. I'm passing it a null strategy. So it's just like assuming that it's true. All right, let's try this again. We're going to get this done within 4 hours? What do you do on a Wednesday afternoon? You sit at your fucking cubicle, hating the world. Why? I make AGI. We're not the same. I drink from extremely long water bottles. No homo. All right. So it extracted the articles. You know what's interesting here? So like it didn't, it's not working, right? Because I need to get the previous result. I don't know why I didn't specify this. I need to get the previous result from the previous function. And I need to pass that to the next action, obviously. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Hold on a second. I gotta think I'm thinking way too basic here with the actions. So this is actually good. So like there's a couple problems here. Like it's assuming too much shit here. So I need to tell it, don't assume story links, don't assume anything. So there's a couple things, but it also needs to know, like for this, this is the read function, right? The scrape function. I need to be like, for the scrape function, don't return data. You know what I need to say? I need to say assume that the next action function gets the result uh, under the variable result from the previous function. I think I can understand that. I don't think that's complicated. But they're separate prompts. I need to tell it the structure. I'm not going to get too big brained here, but I'm just going to make it work. I know I'm trying to make it simple, but like I do need to make this a little thought through. So what's the problem that's happening right now is each function that's getting generated doesn't understand the context it's in. So they live in isolation, which could be fine if I made them like big and like they do many things. But this is a scraping function that needs to scrape something and save it to a JSON file. So really, it needs to other functions need to understand what's happening in the scraper. But I'm like thinking as I'm talking right now, I'm thinking, oh wait, I could all of these can live in isolation if they're smart enough, I think. I don't think there's going to be many. Like the scraper should just write files as well. I should tell it that for all tasks that you want to actually save a file, for all those types of tasks, just do it in the scraper. Because I don't think there's going to be much without a file system, which we don't have yet. We're going to have everything kind of in isolation, if that makes sense. So like every action doesn't know what other actions did. I think we have to do that just for time's sake, but just know that having an actual file system is better. But we can get it working pretty well doing that. And so there's two things I need to do. I need to tell it, one, be as generic as possible in your script when it comes to scraping because you don't know the structure of the page. You can assume A tags and P tags and all that. But it's super bastardized. We're making it very. You should make this. When you're making these agents, you should actually like make the scrapers not like super generic because you can get into super just noisy data. You can get a lot of noisy data doing it. All right. Okay. So I think we can fix just the prompt here. Oh, it also doesn't know. Yeah, I need to give it the name as well. It doesn't know the name. Yeah. It's kind of stupid, but we'll just do this for now. You know. Okay, type. You just got to get it complete, because I want to show you the end-to-end loop. Close, like it's looping, but it's not like it's bad, right? Okay, so the function name is name, and here are the instructions on how to generate this to script for the function. Okay, so don't assume any variables not defined in the instruction. Yeah, so also for the scrape method and any instructions on using elements on the page, do not assume you know the structure of the page be as generic as possible. This is a bad scraper, by the way, for now. Be as generic as possible and loop through all possibilities in your script. Also, for file saving, in the scrape method, save the file in the scrape function. At the end of the scrape function. It's a much more comprehensive way to make this, though. But it's about sparking the idea. Generating your code is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Or having your agent generate the API calls it needs to do is cool. Just to speak generically about it. Okay. It did one thing. Now it's doing its next task. So now it's actually scraping. Okay. Did it actually do this, or did it break? I can't tell. Okay, well, it scrapes stuff, but the article's JSON is empty. So let's see where it messed up. So yeah, it did it again. So it assumed. Yeah, it's assuming too much. It's assuming way too much. Let's see. Should I just actually have the scraper, like, should I actually just like scrape the content, like not do this? Like, I want to really experiment with having it generate stuff, but I should give it the structure of the page, right? I should give it the general structure of the page, but I want to do it without actually scraping the entire page, you know? Like, it doesn't really matter. It's not like the context windows can handle big pages, but it's just like I want to like see how it can do this. It's trying to be generic, but it's just like I'm telling it to scrape articles, and it's too much of a generic thing. Jared, every time I open a stream, none of this shit works. Yeah, because I just started the stream, dude. Dude, Will, where's all this aggression coming from? Or I didn't just start it, but I'm building it, dude. Yeah, I'm a few hours in, but like, hey, it's called being ambitious. You should try it sometime. It's always, dude. It's always people like you, Will. You always poke. You're not in the game, dude. Everything starts off broken. All right. I know Will. He's cool. All right. So let's think why, how do we fix this though? In a timely manner. Because I actually know like a good way to do this. Because I actually built that out. But like the way to, I want to do it in a quick way. That's not like too crazy. I think we gotta give it real data, right? It's gotta know the page. It can't be too generic. It's just stupid. We gotta give it we gotta like actually scrape the page, right? Let's do it. I don't want to, but like let's do it. Fine. I don't want to. I don't actually want to like give it the entire content of the page. I don't like that. Because it's just like such a like obvious thing to do. What we can do is we can this is something that's good to do is you can get all the HTML and just have multiple prompts to like find which data you want and just keep filtering it out. We can do that. We can do a little tournament style scraper with the LLM. We can do that. We can do that. We can also tell that'd be funny. We can actually give it the API call in the script and have it in the script we're generating use the API call to generate the to like do LLM magic. So we can have the AI use the AI. Oh, dude, that's what that guy was saying. I was like making fun of him, but he was like, have AI use AI. See what I'm talking about? He was right the whole time. What was that guy? What was that guy? Where was that guy? Someone was like, use AI to make AI. And I was like, you're fucking retarded. Get the fuck out. Yeah, he's like, just let AI make AI. And I was like, you need to get out of here, dude. Respectfully. YouTube, I'm not, this is a family friendly show. It's a family friendly show. No, it's not. It's not. Obviously, this is for the big boys. It's for the big boys. You have to be yay high to ride this. All right, yay high. You gotta be Kanye. All right. Um, hmm. I could just have it get the results of the previous function. Just keep trying without scraping. I just think it's so interesting seeing it like learn how the page works through iteratively generating scripts. Hmm. That might be the way to do it. That would take a long fucking time. But it iteratively essentially just it tries different strategies to generate scrapers. That's retarded, obviously. Anyway, all right, let's just do it. Let's just do it. This is my way. I want to use Maya stuff, but I don't want to do that here because I want to like kind of do it in a basic way. The basic way is this. We need to literally just give it the full HTML page. That's the basic way, right? And we're going to have it as a string of the entire HTML body. Okay. All right. So here is the HTML body. I'm not perfect. Okay. I'm not perfect. Okay. So let's see. If this is the case, we don't really need to generate a You know, we can still generate a script. All right. If name is scrape, then we can. Do I have this page? Yeah, I do. This dot page evaluate return. It's kind of stupid. But we're using a small website right now, so it's fine. So understand you got to like be smarter about this when you're making yours. Because what I do is we have like a little component checker thing. I could copy and paste that here, but no, this is not good. Like the best thing is detecting components based on the task. So having the task essentially like finding out as you look through the page, finding the data that's relevant to the task is the best thing to do. HTML data. And we can say HTML data prompt equals here's the HTML body, then HTML body for name equals. Let's do for clicks and for types. This is like obviously you don't want to pass in the entire HTML body for agents, but we're doing that for now. We're doing this for now just because kind of helps. Okay, so let's try this out. It's probably gonna. By the way, if this small site gives us a context window issue, then I'm going to, which it very well might. I'm going to do something else, which is I'm going to denoise it and do a little interesting thing to denoise it. Okay. Okay. Did that do anything? Oh, shit. Nice. Yay. See, Will, something's working. Is this real data, though? Hold on a second. Let's go to Hacker News. Is this real data? Yeah. Okay. Cool. We scraped it into a JSON file. Nice. Let's try some other tasks. So we have made a browser-based agent. Couple things here. This is not great, right? So like in a few more hours, what a smart thing to do would be not to get all of the HTML data, but to have a separate prompt that iteratively looks through the HTML and then filters out what you want so that you can have, so that it can fit, the context window can fit for all websites. And then obviously do it if you've detected the context window is too big, which it very well may be because a lot of these tests are. But for this, it seems fine. And yeah, okay. Seems like this is good. Let's see if it can click on stuff. Click on the first article. This isn't going to work, and then I'm going to get into like another hour of debugging. Okay, cool. So we made a browser agent. Isn't that cool? You now know. Start from the beginning. You now know how to do it. Let's see. Click on that neural SVG. It did not click on that. Oh, wait, what? Why did it save it to a JSON? Hold on a second. And click on the first article. Oh, that's weird. It did article link. I don't know why it messed that up, but oh wait, it's like doing that's so funny. I don't know what's happening. It's doing do I have something hard coded? I think I have the task hard coded or something. Because it's doing it's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. It's like it like cached the arguments or something. Uh let's try this again. Let's go into the browser SSJ and let's log the user just to be safe. Let's log the user access. Because yeah, it's still making the strategy for the last task. Okay, no, the strategy is new. The strategy is new. It's just like kind of stupid. Because it's like saving like shit to files, like which just doesn't need to do. Whatever. So no selector for interesting. So this didn't work because okay, so this is an interesting thing. So we actually need to have a try catch loop for. I really shouldn't. I should stop at some point, but this execute needs to have a try catch loop, which I can do now. Where we need to let's do this. That doesn't need to be try catch. But we need a try catch loop or error handling loop where we get the error. And also we need to get the previous result too. So we need to make sure it passes and like it doesn't fail. And we need to like refix the prompt or whatever. Refix the prompt. Does that make sense? Am I still here? Oh. But yeah, so does that make sense, bro? Is it anyone have any questions? What does Will have any questions? Will's that kid in the class. Okay, so return this stuff. Execute name instructions error previous script. So the previous script is going to be this. And then we're going to have the previous script. Is everyone good? So we got it. We just need to fix some small things. Like we need reliability essentially, because when it fails, nothing like it just fails, right? Because when we're generating puppeteer scripts, and we're evaluating it, doing unsafe evals, we need to be smart about it. Okay, so we have to await this. Trying again. So this is what we need to do. This code will constant. So you tried before using this script. So if error previous script essentially be error handle prompt. So we want to be like, you've tried before using this script and got this error. Try to fix this problem. Okay. All right. This just goes on forever until it tries to fix it. So let's try this again. That makes sense? Does that make sense? Everyone get it? Everyone know how to make agents now? So to go back, what did we do? So we defined what an agent was. And after we defined what an agent was, we broke down how to actually make one. And what we did is we were using the browser as our environment. What an agent is a software agent is a computer program that acts for a user or another program in a relationship of agency. Something that acts on behalf of something else. That's the Latin term for agent. A software agent or an intelligent agent is a software agent that is able to make decisions based on sensory input on behalf of the user. That's my big brain example. Oh, I forgot this is running in the background. Actor name is not a function. Fine, it's hallucinating. Whatever. All right, but either way, we can debug forever. But right. So the sensory input is the data about the environment, and it makes decisions based on the environment. So we're making a simple CLI tool that you give a prompt for what you want to do on the web, and it just does it. Right. And it breaks. But, we were able to do some basic tasks, right? The feedback loop I have here is pretty basic, where let's go to the agentic loop, where we generate the strategy, we generate iterative tasks, we generate actions, which are tools, and then using these tools, we get the sensory data, we perform the actions, we get the data, so we get the page data, the vision data from the page, we validate whether something worked, and then we do the loop over again. And for the actions, we're generating Puppeteer scripts based on if we're scraping or doing interactions, we're getting the actual content from the page. Much smarter ways to do that, though, which personally do for my own projects, which I can do another stream. I've actually done streams on that. Look up the tiny web dev LLM streams I did. I've used that in the real world now. It actually is good and beneficial. But when you get the data from the page, you will have to at some point denoise the data. So you have to think about how to do that. You do have to think about how to do that. And you have to think about how to validate what's happening. And and operating a file system is important. Right now we're just generating like standard lib node scripts for interacting with the file system, but you're going to want to have a more comprehensive file system, module to your agent. Does that make sense? And also, now that you understand it without the tools, you can start using whatever tools you want. You want to use Langsmith. Now you can see why observability matters, right? Because through this, we have no idea why it's making decisions, right? So to have some sort of understanding of the underlying thought process would help a lot, right? Okay. All right, guys. Does that make sense? All right. I'll see you.